Yo! Yo! Oh yeah, did I jump scare you there for a little bit, for like a millisecond? Isn't that funny? Anyways, hi everyone. We're playing Ace Attorney Double Excalibur Ace Apollo. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Anyways, last time we started on the trial, and we learned that this trial has something to do with a trial that happened 7 years ago, and now we're gonna figure out what this trial was, trial by trials. Shy, hush, nah, why? Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. For a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met, 7 years ago. Seven years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Let's go. Whew. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. Enigmar, okay. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you.
I am fine, as always. This old boy here is here to help me, after all. That's a young man to you. Seriously. Died after being shot in the head while in the hospital. Holy shit, okay. Wait, his name is Shoddy Enigmar? Wasn't the guy from the first case named Shoddy Smith? Or Shady Smith? Usually goes by his stage name is Zach Grimray. Huh. Wasn't that unfortunate? That's a young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute athlete you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifi Gremory. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you, or some such. Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. So this is supposed to be the evidence that was forged. I think. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today, so do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yup, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday. The information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I've been your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of the troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. He is a suspect of being an El Bozo. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what Orzic Fossil is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is that some kind of new crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial now. For all the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. A Gavineer's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got.
Who are you again?
Clavier. Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah.
Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's...
Figured my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Clavier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Gavineers. You're out of your league, rock boy.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single 13 Years Hard Time for Love went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah?
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney Wright.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
Achtung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it.
Is that my Pookie?
And you are?
Hey. You're the one... Hey, you're the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Oh, he's 17. Damn. I mean, I guess I would... I could have calculated that. I didn't notice that. He was 17 years old when he started his prosecution tidbit, whatever. Anyways. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today, I win, you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony?
Detectives, this is my stage. Kenzie antics. All this hey-youing is and such. And I could care less about your history together.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us more. Please tell us about the case at hand.
It happened 6 days back in the hospital, the General Hospital. In the what? What did I just say? It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. I don't know why I said hospital at the General Hospital. The facts are simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep on a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol on his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts.
Not so long ago, the victim Magnifi Grand-Marie was a famous man. He had an entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes. Though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciple is even better. I dare say Troop Grand-Marie has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah.
A malignant tumor, perhaps.
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Gosh. Bro was fucked up. How old was this guy? 67? That's not terribly old. I mean, 67 is old, but like, good lord. Bro has liver cancer and diabetes. Are you gonna bite me? No, you're gonna lick me. My cat's licking my hand because he's a weirdo. Yeah, are you a weirdo? I'm a weirdo. Oh, look at your paw. Your paws are so clean. Paws are usually covered in litter, but you managed to clean your little fingers. Your little fingies. Your fingies.
The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
It's a Led Zeppelin reference for all you kids out there. I think. Is it Led Zeppelin? I don't remember. I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes?
In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, Detective. Perhaps you could enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Let's investigate this small syringe, shall we?
I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Ugh. Wait. If Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it, and the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have the letter in question. Hold on, I'm gonna go see if my kitty wants to be let out. There you go, pretty baby. You sneeze? No? Okay.
Just making sure. To my beloved student, Zach. To you, I... To my beloved student, Zach. To you, I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I'll ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifi Grammar.
Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The devil is in the details, Herr Direct Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour starting at 11, the victim, Magnifi Grammary, was given an IV.
An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
Good boy.
At 11, the doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail.
So that was the only reason they couldn't meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is! Gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal! Huh?
I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victims, no mistake. Ah, I see. Ha 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 ha! Score 1 for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
Oh, anyways, I guess I'll just keep going while I'm ahead. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead, after all, just as he had commanded.
It could be a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggins cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. Listen here, damn it, these bitches calling me basic for liking certain things other people supposedly like, right? Well, yeah. That means you're a basic bitch. If you goon for the things everyone else goons for, that means you're fucking twice the goon. But when I asked, don't you like dick or vagina, I'm the bad guy? Ma'am. Basically told them to find some extraterrestrial shit on that logic. What if they liked both? How's that for an Uno reversal? Or better yet, they liked neither. What if they were penning lingus? Drinking your water. Okay, good boy. Anyways, it says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. I failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
Well, if they like neither and somehow don't got no responsibilities, the motherfucker, are they finna work something? Okay. This photo, maybe there's something I can use. Why is there a bullet hole in the fucking clown over here? What the hell? So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in their argument. You're out there working on an oil rig or in an office, pick one. What are these analogies, twin? Kitty, do you need me to let you out? Good lord. Sometimes I just can't tell with you sometimes, you fuck. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? The defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped them one in the forehead. Well, the defense disagrees. My point is, if they can like what they can like and not get bashed for it, why the fuck I gotta be called basic? I think it's just dependent. I think it just depends on like what we're because I don't know what the fuck you're on about for the most of the time, but there's a difference between sexual orientation and liking like something else. I mean, it's like saying like, oh, I'm a basic bitch for liking hamburgers. Well, you're a basic bitch for liking penis. I mean, like, everyone has their own sexual orientation. They have no choice for that matter. But when it comes to like, whatever, I was called basic for music. Oh. Well, then, yeah, I feel like those are two completely different categories. One, you have no choice. The other one, you do. You have a choice of not listening to the modern day garbage ass rap music or whatever the fuck. Or country music. Or listening to like a bunch of fucking pop stars sing into fucking a microphone that's like higher pitched or what is it called? Auto-tuned? Classic. Sounds like if they prefer dick, I can prefer hamburger. Fuck you mean? Well, no, it's not the same. One of which you have no choice. The other you do. You don't have to like hamburgers. Well, then I guess you don't have to like men either. But I guess it's just built. One is built in, the other isn't. Some people just have different tastes. I don't know, man. It's fucking weird. Who has no choice? People change all the time. I mean, I guess. I don't fucking know, man. I'm not the one who. I'm not. Do I look like a schooler? I'm a fucking 25-year-old man playing video games on the internet. What is this? Fuck. I want to get back to the game now, because I would like to fucking figure this shit out instead of talking about liking penis. A game based on law, though? Exactly. Now you know it's weird now because you're a fucking minor and I'm over here talking about wiener. See, now I made it weird. Wow, I really did make that weird, didn't I? I'm 18. Oh. Well, that makes things less weird then. Fuck you. Right. You see, the defendant had another choice here.
Objection!
What? And you can prove that? And you can prove that with this photo?
I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have been fired like he was altered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Take that!
That body movement he did had more animation than One Punch Man Season 3. I would hope so. I mean, to be honest, the game is not supposed to run like this smoothly. This game is supposed to run at like 30 frames per second, but I'm forcing it to run at 90. So that way it looks good. And it does look good. It looks great. Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too.
Ah! There's a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
Ha! And I suppose you have a reason why he'd shoot the clown doll.
didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead.
His forehead?
Yeah. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? He will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. What the fuck is that the voice you gave him? Because I can't do a fucking German accent other than sounding like a fucking maniacal man. Leo did cook this case.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered. The letter says nothing about whose forehead. That was the only way he could. He had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall.
How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
Oh man. Because it says one shot.
Objection!
It's not that. All right, let me try one more, and if it doesn't work, I'm gonna just press it. Actually, you know what? I'll press it anyways. Good lord. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever.
That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself.
Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me?
Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony?
I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming here, but this testimony may be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. No. Motherfucker cheating. Look, man. I do that from time to time.
Objection!
If it isn't that... Are you so certain? What bile? This motherfucker need to be let out, man. He need to be let out. Yes. Okay, finally, I don't have to fucking babysit him. I'm stuck in his head. You never heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. I'm starting to think you didn't investigate good enough. Twin, I barely know what's happening here. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. That was one of the pistols they used on their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it.
Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear.
You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grand Marie stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. Still shot him. What is that red dot over here? What the fuck? Oh wait, no, that's just the machine. Never mind. I thought that was like blood or some shit, but... I mean this, the one in the crime scene photo. That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. Why is the IV bag just highlighted? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Just in case. Actually, now that I think about it, why is the little thing to inject him with the IV thing torn off and like strapped to the bed? It's green.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match.
So you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty, and it shows traces of being fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun?
Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own.
Aha! Intriguing point! Well made!
Whoa! Not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Here we go. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now is the time. Now it's time to return to our testimony. I like being one of those people that, like, whenever they look at a gun, they just look down at like, the end of the barrel, just like, what's in here? It's like you're asking for a death wish. Hey, look closely. You can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous Grand Marie Golden Gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too.
Objection!
There you go. It's a good thing I decided to just fucking press every sentence. I kind of forgot there was like a couple I haven't pressed yet, so I need to remember that. The trickiest case has often seemed the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and
Objection!
did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. His pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
Yeah! That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it.
Ah. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet.
No.
This party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sales.
Another lack of humility. What's this? It seems the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Air Detective was just a... Air Detective was a format act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned.
Wow.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. You've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Your eyes clean, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Smith, the witch, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This was something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You want to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there was an important and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. Oh shit. 2? Yes. The one I had used on the stage. And the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. Stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest,
I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought a pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Gramarye?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one of my mentor. What were those called?
Rifling marks.
Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks.
Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnifi Gramarye?
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zach Gramarye. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn.
Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in there. Did I accidentally unmod Matt when I timed him out the other night? Are you fucking kidding me? That's funny. It does that automatically? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, there you go, Matt. You're back. You're back, twin.
Court is now back in session.
During a recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call in my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? No, they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players of our little production. Being the other half of the Troop Gramarye's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Gramarye. Oh, so he's the other witness? What the hell? Interesting. So, we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Oh, damn, look at him. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation, and perhaps your age.
Valent Gramarye, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt?
Fate. The grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? Unmodded one day, and he's already talking to 18-year-olds about liking dicks. Man, why'd you have to put it like that? Now you're making me out like I'm a fucking freak. Good lord.
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes.
Okay. I always get the characters, don't I?
Also, that legit wasn't even the topic. Technically, yeah.
I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Well, wait.
That's the same letter Zach Gramarye received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order! Order! What does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself.
At 11:20.
Why, it's practically the same.
Jesse, I will ready a gun in which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. At 11:20. How is he effortlessly spinning and how is he spinning and catching that shit so effortlessly? Because he's a fucking anime character.
This court accepts this into evidence. You bitch. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your Troop Gramarye up to?
By which you mean?
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
It was my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Should Ace Attorney have an anime? It already does. Did you not know that? The first 3 Ace Attorney games have their own anime. I don't think they've made anything past that, though. At least as far as I know. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. They did, however, the way they did the story was a little wonky, though. What happened in certain cases, it was weird. But it wasn't a bad anime. It was pretty good. It was kind of funny too. That makes me want to watch it again. Anyways, yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they can refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramarye, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red rose rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything.
Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up.
It's not like Persona 5 where if the animated cutscenes from the game, where if just the animated cutscenes from the game that you gotta piece together to comprehend the story, right? I don't fucking know. I didn't watch Persona 5 the animation. I know I've heard it was bad. That people really didn't like it. because of the way they mucked around with the story. I mean, the plot to the Ace Attorney anime is pretty much the same. It's just they did it kind of wonky with like the first 2 seasons. Like, I think the first season was the first 2 games, and then the second season was the 3rd game. It was weird. Because it's legit just the cutscenes from the game, so everything fucking in between is gone. I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet, a deal with the dead is a deal. There's still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. What the fuck am I actually looking at? What the actual fuck am I looking at? Juice, check the Discord. What? What are you talking about? Bro got queso fucking peeking out of the toilets. So, you were the one who reported the crime. Like, I'd shit myself if I saw this while in a stall. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Because you're already there taking a shit anyway, so... If he helps you, then that's a homie right there. I'd dab him up. It's a... yeah, I'd shit myself, turn to him, and be like, oh, thanks. Just fucking, dab him up, bro. Of course, that would be after I wash my hands. I don't want him to have doo-doo in his hands. Gotta be respectful. Indeed. I would think this fact alone...
Squidward! I should kick your fucking ass!
You can try, pal, but I shit on command, so... Well, maybe not anymore, actually, but... yeah, whatever. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramery, is guilty. I hope you get hemorrhoids from pushing your shit out too hard. You're only bringing out hemorrhoids because Matt's here. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Wait, what did he say before? And if it wasn't Zach Gramery, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all. I mean, you smell gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? He's immediately fucking sweating. He's like, oh shit. I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have good imagination. What? Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? Where the shooter, which is why you were... How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
Now you're the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
Yeah, it's motherfucking guilty gang. Sad. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse.
So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse.
But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't?
Because I have a will of steel. Of course. I also did this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all that strong.
So which is it?
Mind if I continue?
There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying that the one who shot the clown was you.
No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more, see what I can turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely... I think the bullet was shot to the clown and then shot into the guy. Well, yeah, we confirmed that with fucking Shoddy himself. Shoddy on my melody. He said he conversed with Magnifi before he decided to shoot the clown. He talked to him for 5 minutes, shot the clown, and then left. I think. The number of pistols. The bullet and the pistol. Okay. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet?
I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at the time. The magician is always prepared, you see.
Prepared for?
One never knows when a miracle might be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket, and a white rabbit up each sleeve.
Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here.
So, this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important?
No. Let me ask you something else. Maybe the number of pistols. How about the location? Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room?
Atop a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him.
The victim clearly wanted to be shot.
But why?
Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet we'll never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess.
Is the location of the pistol found all that important?
No. Alright, time for the last one. How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in Zack and Valiant's quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you.
You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night.
What did Zack tell me back in the lobby?
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time.
Blah, blah, blah. We already know this. He took the gun.
I see no problem with this statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So, you picked up that pistol and fired it.
Indeed I did. Alakazam. Alakazang. Alakaboom. It's the number of pistols. Yes, it's important. Add it to your testimony. Add it to your fucking testimony, bitch!
Objection!
I figured it out, bitch!
According to the defendant, Zach Grandmarie, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of the pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead, and then left with it in his pocket.
Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we can assume our defendant has some brains in his head.
Well, what about what Mr. Valen has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valen. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match.
Mr. Valen, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead!
Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin.
I owe the court an apology. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of gun that fired.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon.
Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth?
I mean, considering the fact we're talking about murder, yeah. That was just this morning.
I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Valen Grandmarie.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valen entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove. All right, the real fight is about to begin.
Bring it.
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
Oh, this music is fucking nostalgic. I'm glad they brought the first Phoenix Wright music in this game. I fucking jammed to this shit, bro. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligations. Then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. to use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easier to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut hit single 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result's the same.
Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff.
Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is a incontrovertible truth.
Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on. Right. You entered the hospital room at 11:20 p.m. The time given by the defendant, Zach Grandmarie, was 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night?
This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see.
Huh?
Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon. If too dressed as we were to meet in such circumstances, I dare say that would ruin the mood completely.
The mood isn't in question here.
I believe the witness is saying they didn't meet, yeah?
But what is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting was not only out of the question, it was an impossibility.
For what is magic if not study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, was there a contradiction in there? I don't see any problem with that testimony.
If you say so.
Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death?
Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!" It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing.
And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight.
We're having a good old-fashioned investigation.
In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we've already learned. I'm still waiting for those right moments, Herr Attorney.
May I remind you that baseless remarks will end penalty. Proceed that in mind.
I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb. Hold on, let me read this. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
We do usually get only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex, in this case, is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim. Magnifique Gramarye is scheduled. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Ah! The needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
You could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sort. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after the administration began. Thank you.
And so it was. When I entered the room, 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
Well, Mr. Wright.
That seem important? Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony.
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did, I spy, a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle.
Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect.
Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my subject self, for it is always, without fail, bring me luck. Why, when Zack and Valant won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. What a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas huge, especially for me, Valant.
That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Oh, sure looks happy with himself. Okay. Did he say his lucky color is yellow? So he's wearing a yellow outfit, right? But he also said the IV was yellow. It certainly sounds like your lucky color brought you plenty of luck. But this time, Mr. Valant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning from at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based.
Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here.
Very well. Let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valance said?
The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
A photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Alright, where is the contradiction in this photo?
My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. I suppose.
Valent Gramarye, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
Oh, what's this?
Confusion, doubt? Doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see the problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag.
Ah! What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. No!
Order! 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 What does this mean?
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witnesses' mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Gramarye, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing.
And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright.
How do you mean?
How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at the glance of the IV liquid does not appear to... It does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself?
The bag? You mean the plastic? Oh, he's... Okay, I see what he's doing. So because he's saying if you mix yellow and blue, it makes green? Which, I mean, yeah, that is how that works, but not too sure about that. The bag. You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like I want to say, light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and...
You get green.
This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin.
What?
You may tell a good tale, but
You've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave?
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it. Didn't you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazoomichi!
Order! Order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once! This witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, sir. Your Honor, the witness, Valiant Gramarye, has testified that the liquid was yellow because... From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. They saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what it all means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV color's color? IV liquid's color. Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight, all right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag?
Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow.
Oh, now wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to look at the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death.
I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence!
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was...
The victim's syringe.
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. It's easy enough for an amateur to use.
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valen Gramarye. As you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will.
Alakazam! I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I could do a little much-needed investigation work.
I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned.
Truly, there is no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so efficiently. A word to the wise. Underestimate the youth. Autism. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking.
What is he talking about?
You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof.
There's no proof he didn't do it either.
Yes, quite true.
Huh? He's admitting it?
Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim, Magnifi Gramarye's diary.
Diary?
After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death.
Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request?
Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we?
Tonight, IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. The journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. At least, what does it say? All that is left to mine. What the fuck does that even say? I can't even read it.
This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence.
Tonight's IV is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? It looks like a page was ripped out. Well now, isn't that interesting?
This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramery.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
But look what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Gramery intended to write again. This is... if Zach Gramery didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramery.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifi Gramery wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ends here, which plainly it did,
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramery. Well, how do you like me now, Mayor Wright? Still too green for your taste?
He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
If the diary's accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us the diary I've just shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary.
All right, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving the diary didn't end. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have what I believe to be the missing page.
Alaka, I don't believe it!
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Gramery. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that! What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Heir Attorney?
The diary continued after the first visitor came, which means the victim was still alive after Zach Gramery left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor, Valent Gramery.
No. No! The handwriting, too. It matches that on the other page. That is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order! Order! Order!
But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Airite?
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence?
Here, Judge.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin.
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it like that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So, might as well be sooner.
Then, through this highly, highly irregular... Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, bring this surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That a ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh, shit.
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony.
A judiciary deal?
The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall I say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Yes. Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name is Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah, I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it.
You... what? You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works.
The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramarye.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is...
a fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Objection!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright.
Witness! Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them.
Objection!
there's no proof this was a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. You can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
That was careless of me. That was all I could say.
Oh, old boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy with the blue suit and the spark of hair. But he said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in the court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for the actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney,
Yes?
could I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. No, I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must find...
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack.
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
I am talking about this!
Mr. Enigmar! The defendant escaped! Find him, quick!
Bailiff, clears all exits from the building. On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigmar, aka Zack Grandmarie, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day.
This is the Grandmarie's miracle!
No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Grandmarie vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later.
Fuck yeah, baby!
The Mason system. The Mason system. The Mason system. The Mason system. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of the Magnifi Gramarie's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Gramarie, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? The past left us 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Come to think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use Q&E to jump between past and present. But let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play.
This is weird.
Omninor.
I guess we'll start off with the detention center. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. What a strange sight doth mine eyes behold. Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet, it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so it speaks. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's no proof that I forged anything, no proof I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? Shooting Magnifi Gramarie for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valant or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. End inquiry.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Gramarye killed McGaffney. It is as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been the public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as there's an audience, as an audience awaits. As long as an audience waits, with bated breath, there will be Valant. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valant Gramarye has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicions on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Gramarye followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeves. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Now what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. You fucker. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must refrain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks of on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Mr. Valant, could you look at this, please? Yes, I accept your challenge. Well, challenge can make it float, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, I guess there's only one thing I can do. We're gonna test out and see if I can fucking do this. Oh, damn! The trick up a sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And the flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let me make this as painless as possible. If If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Why, that's one of ours. Especially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shooting. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shooting canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could be because... It could have been canceled because someone already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what happened if... Tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerning with what-ifs. It is concerning with precision. Precision whom do you claim we shot? So I have chosen the right path. Let's hope he walks with me. Seven years ago. Okay, we'll go here. Didn't think I'd be here for a while. Didn't want to have to remember that day. Okay, hold on. Fuck. There's gotta be something. I'm gonna do a naughty real quick. I'm gonna look something up. I'm not gonna look up what the answers are. I'm gonna look up if... Oh, okay, I see. Nope. Nope, I'm not. Alright. That's all I need to know. I cannot speak to him just yet. Apparently there is an order. Shut up. Look, I was checking to see if I was supposed to do this first. And, you know, it turns out I wasn't, so it's whatever. So we're good now.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? I'm picking on you.
All day. Skip all this shit. 2 weeks have passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. Doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say, Daddy,
That was quick. Yes?
if I move here, I might have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy.
Ah.
Oh, and this office, it's a little bleh. A little color goes a long way, you know.
Ah.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearance deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge?
Charlie the plant.
My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. I can't feed Trucy like this. She probably needs more than the occasional watering, too, I'm guessing.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could... You could at least kind of look aside, or... You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yup. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Grandmarie.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Grandmarie?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Grandmarie. And they're big.
The Grandmaries. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently. Come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valiant Grandmarie together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up to the giant waterfall.
Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
Ugh, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what will happen to me if with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he's unemployed. You know,
My fucking throat, dude.
I think things are gonna be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're gonna do a magic trick? Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Yeah! Whoa! That was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood, Mr. Hat, at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
My routine do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady? Ah!
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Oh, he's so cute. Would you tell me more? Can you tell me about your mommy, if that's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valance smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name is Thalaza. Thalaza Grammarly.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't.
Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you? That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O.
The team, right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Complete! Okay. I got this in the bag. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply declare the verdict this way, this trial is over. Ha ha ha, you're gonna disappear. Oh, so cool. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down on the hands and floor! Down on your hands! Down on your floor! Floor on your head! Now, now, now! What's the big idea? Ah, my ears! No authorization. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. What? No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. Oh, okay, yeah, no. Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir. It's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There's no past. There is only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins, at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff in this court who let the magician escape. Let me try and make this absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck the rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one. A lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope. Then, tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Why, yes. I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard the commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might have been amiss. The door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend, to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Gramarie run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this, and around the corner like that. So, I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly, I ran. I followed him and threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember like it was right here. Because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, magician, gone, vanished, like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? So, Zach was in the room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes! The red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach all right. But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir? Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Psychic locks. I should have known. Psyche locks. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Gramarie vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as Sir, why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding anything?
Oh, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and...
Listen! It was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you just screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in that room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who it was.
It was Trucy. Sir, I swear, I never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir.
But he wasn't! You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet? Heck isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think I know what you saw. I think you know what you... yeah. It was...
What's that?
That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists!
Underlook successful.
I remember it clearly. Oh, the details are a little vague. Zach Gramarye exited the courtroom. I gave chase and quartered him in the quarter room, sir. Zach Gramarye, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor in your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No. That is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramarye, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramarye. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
No one's been in here except me.
But he has to be somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into the bar and see him.
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been a long dream.
A dream that lasted a week?
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat.
Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. She was standing in front of lobby number 2, along with Mr. Hat.
And that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs to the closest door into lobby number 1. this is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at the very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then, I saw that cape, Grand Marie's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or scattered remains of messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much she'd suffer on the account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe! Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want. It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free! Right. I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Grey-Marie that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. The Borscht Club. Okay. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours? Oh my gosh, why? No! Why is he here? Don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. Okay, my throat is completely fucked right now. I will be right back. I'm gonna go get me something to eat or something to, help me.
And some water. Because, good lord. I just cannot fucking voice. you gonna sit with me today, huh? Is it nap time for the door, baby? Yes, good kitty. Okay. All right, I'm back. I brought me some fresh water. I got some food, and I have a big kitty on my lap because he followed me in here. So Thor just wanted to. Thor is just very cuddly. He's being a needy boy. Yeah. I'm surprised Matt hasn't done his like damn boy he thick sound yet. But then again, I think I'm about to start it just by saying that. All right. This competition will be between us, no others. Oh yeah, that's much better. Okay. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I started, I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bull Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash. And they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make it your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Have we met? Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty about this. Mr. Ingvar. Oh. I love watching this scene like 3 times in a row. You can't be, but you're Zach Grant-Marie. Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1. You. Zach Grant-Marie? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. We will play soon. Ready the room. You want to let you out? Are you done cuddling? Here you go, big baby. Come on. Go. Here, big kitty. Big boy just wanted to cuddle for a while.
I will be preparing you the hideout for you.
Once out already. Yeah, he just wanted to like sit on my lap and be pet for a little bit. and then he wanted to be let out. It usually isn't like that. I mean, he sometimes likes to sit on my lap, but he usually isn't very affectionate. He's just kind of passive. Anyway. Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now, it'll be 7. I caused you so much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I've come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so, I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition, all else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and I, you. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. Thanks. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, so others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy? She's in a class of her own. For 7 years, I played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Eddie, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess a far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifi Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood.
I am sorry, but it is not something I told lightly to outsiders. And it's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Grand Marie secret then. Fine. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me the pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes. And for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see this signature? A transferal? That's Magnificent Grand Marie's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secrets, staging, and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grand Marie. Yes, it is I. Wait. This page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a good look at this. I already know this. Skip! Skip this shit! How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. And this is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape. For my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifi Grand Marie's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. And this is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel? Sir. Ah, here you are. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign it here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary. Besides, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are... By day... You are? By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for the news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of the hiding only now. It's because 7 years, you said? Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So, if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. not to mention all their possessions.
Exactly. Which is why I'm here.
I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document, before my 7 years are up.
You might say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance.
But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically?
Not in this case, I am afraid.
In this case?
Yes. I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grand Marie. However, this was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramarye, and Valent Gramarye. Not Trucy.
I see. So you do need this document.
I have known Burchell since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth.
I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background and found you had no other close kin.
It is as you say.
Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother.
How did you come by this?
Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone.
Then it is so.
Huh?
She is gone. What's more to the say?
Lots?
Oh, I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter, end quote.
What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zach?
Burchell, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Zach decked him.
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over.
Thalassa Gramarye. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather some more evidence, clearly.
Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition?
Final? Why?
As you said, I have come out of hiding to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground.
Without seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not.
7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another.
And I have heard that you never lose.
It's just a rumor.
Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes.
Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up.
That was said, this is now. That was that, this is now. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned.
This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards.
Burchell, you may leave.
But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough.
I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man.
Then let us begin. Dealer!
Yeah,
You will be witness to our competition.
yeah, it is honor for me.
Haven't I seen her before? I haven't seen her around here before.
Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name.
You know him?
After a fashion,
Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grand Marie power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I'd need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Grandmarie knew. But how and why? Well, well. Isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tit for tat, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up in here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zack Grandmarie. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zack? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. The trial where Zack Grandmarie pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Grandmarie mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here in any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Look that word up. Talk about unanimously, whatever. No, I don't feel like it. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No. Zach Grandmarie. Oh my gosh, what the fuck? Whoa! I've never seen psych locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. Is that that's the nail polish that What's-Her-Face had. He's doing his nails. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I didn't know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Totally not at a bar watching this bum-ass stream, but you're at a bar every fucking day, twin. Ariadone. I've heard of that brand. And this must be the brand symbol. I suppose it's some kind of flower. Wait, no, maybe it's a hand. Wait, on second thought, is that an eagle? Who makes these things up anyway? You'd think they'd try for a more clear symbol at least. Hand job. Hand job. Hand job. Oh, shit. This is the yellow envelope Drew sent. So it is Kristoff. Well, damn. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail in jail? Here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. laying in bed with my hemorrhoids hanging out, watching stream.
Okay.
Okay. Next. We're going to the past. Drew Studio.
I figured you'd come here sooner or later.
I decided on sooner. Drew Misham, was it?
I haven't done anything illegal.
And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions.
I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you'd stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me.
I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations.
Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can.
I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely.
Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello.
She's gone.
Shall we begin then?
Volcano.
What's that? Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside? A stamp?
Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it.
That's Zack and Valent, the Gramarys, isn't it?
The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Gramarys were at the height of their popularity.
Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan since then. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it.
That's a pretty bottle.
Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often.
There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. What's this rain envelope?
Ah, don't touch that. That's, it's quite important.
The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I'd better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. This is you and Vera?
Yes. Yes, we took that quite recently. I know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been good at people, unfortunately.
Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? What's this painting here?
Ah, that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I like to be able to put food on my daughter's table.
Not a feeling I know anything about, at least not yet. Alright, now that we've searched around, let's go ahead and talk. Judging from this place, you're a painter?
Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me.
Your daughter?
Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation.
Forgeries. Just have a SWAT team sweep this place. Okay, pal. I don't even think they're competent enough to even have a SWAT team at this point.
Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for.
But some of your works aren't paintings, correct?
You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting.
What?
To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I've never imagined the possibility.
Then why did you take the job?
I was well paid. Very well paid.
I think he feels worse about it than I do. Past is hard to escape.
Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course.
Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me.
I knew it would be difficult to escape this.
Then, let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did?
It was unlike anything I had attempted before.
I guess it would be a little different from painting.
That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy.
This wasn't a copy?
The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client.
So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote?
Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature.
So, who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them. Not personally,
Psychlock. Of course. It seems you're still hiding something. Something about this work.
Let's rock.
Anyways. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham?
I'm sorry, but I don't really know. But I really don't know. I've never met the client.
True. When I asked the client's name, there were no Psychlocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Why are you doing this to me?
Well, I've made my stand, no backing down now. So what's Mr. Misham hiding? I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said.
Well, what is it then?
You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Psychlock.
Psycholocks? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps?
But then they... but then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it were me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them. Not personally.
Not personally. Those were the words triggered that. Those words triggered the psych locks.
Again with these psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are.
So, you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence?
Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me.
Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there.
And your conclusion is?
The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham.
Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me?
That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew Studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it?
Ridiculous. My daughter is only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism.
Nice comeback, but you're shaking your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psych locks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility.
Ahem. I feel very much on the verge of a psycho lock myself. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her.
A precious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently.
I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and the analytic devices I brought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now.
Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would you know who the client was then?
Actually, the client came once. Here to the studio.
What? Why didn't you just say so sooner?
But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me.
So they talked to your daughter?
I will speak only with the artist, the client told me.
And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's...
Shimmy, shimmy, ya, shimmy, ya, shimmy, ya.
Okay, what do I do now? I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Misham, I have a request.
Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter.
Can I?
My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception.
Which was?
Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort.
Please, let me speak with her.
All right.
Uh-oh. This could be tough. Vera, was it? I would like to have a friendly chat. Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys to say do, re, mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. What do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention, but what? How about the commemorative stamp? And then there's this. Nice stamp. Hey, she spoke. you shimmy this case, doofus? Yeah, I'm fucking working on it. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her? Isn't Troop Grand Marie amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zach and Valent. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah. Whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah. Oh, she's adorable. All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at Grand Marie Museum of Magic. The Grand Marie Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little, with Father. The Grand Marie's on stage. It's like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me it's stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Valent, maybe? Oh, sure. All right. Better get asking before she changes her mind. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean the Troop Fairy? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grand Maries forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on their good side. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been... Well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She says she went to the Grand Marie Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? I have to hear about this. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting. A lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So, you did this too? Oh, yes. It was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Her work was the last nail in the Grand Marie coffin. I guess no one told her. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Huh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Right, time to do some Psyche Unlock. Psych Unlock. Bah. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me. To my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time? Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle's over there at your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil.
This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell. I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need the name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
I saw it. Or I think I saw it. When they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No! The client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So, where'd you see this devil, then?
It was so quick. I don't remember well. But that was when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believed in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin was her charmed. Has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I am sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Gramery.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come, promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late.
Shimmy, shimmy, yo, shimmy, yo, shimmy, yo.
Alright, time to talk to Mr. Stinky Binky Bitch!
Risen the Magatama. It's the most overpowered item in the game. For the games. Chat, we gotta talk to the games.
Okay, so we're gonna skip this because we already know.
Take that, you fiend!
And that was the wrong evidence, I guess. But that's Zach Gramarye's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name.
Alexander! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets?
Still in denial mode, huh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows how much danger she was in. Man. Okay, maybe it was the stamp. I was thinking it was the stamp, but Troop Gramarye. Okay, it was. That's what I thought. Troop Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular they made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame.
We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age, a golden age.
It's all here in the stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her?
I don't know.
A part of his memory is still locked up.
There is one thing you're failing to address.
What's that?
As you say, our troop was the world of our leader. Magnifi was so inclined he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, then he would have to hide. He would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail.
Well, Lance got a good point. If one of the troop members died on an accident, and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question.
Found the right address, Mr. Wright?
I'm so close, there has to be something. About Thalassa's death could affect Zach and Valent's relationships with Magnifi.
I see it in your eyes. You have something to say. How can you possibly prove that you already have?
I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. It's gonna take a little knowledge of the accidental death of Zach's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem.
What? What do you mean?
She was Zach Gramarye's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was.
It was an accident!
Scatter into ashes.
There's no proof. Not at all.
But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together.
Ours was a complex family.
You mean Troop Gramarye?
The master, Magnifi Gramarye, his only daughter, and his two disciples.
That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that's all it was, an accident. Zach and Valent's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight toward that beautiful body on stage.
and then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. As for whose bullet stole Thalas's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifique Grand Marie try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troupe Grand Marie. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valorant. Valiant. We all sacrifice so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all, yet even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in Troupe Grand Marie, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? He called themselves a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room, doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I had forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name. I do not recall, but his scent. The cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was not far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troupe Grand Marie, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint. That last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grand Marie to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney at bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned and his daughter's... Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wished he tracked down the case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zach Grabbery was a good friend. Zach said something to that effect. Back in the Borscht Bull Club. What a character. What a man. If a little, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh? You serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately.
I'm gonna scare other people in the club by looking at Rushel.
Me and the boys love fucking seeing this nasty motherfucker every single time. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. That night I interviewed him. I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on the back of neck. Freaks out, end quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? Felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it means. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grabbery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then, for 7 years, talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then, he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched the whole time? Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Grammary? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot 'em practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy. But all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled a fresher mint than they do now. Val and Grammary didn't mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Grammary at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, wasn't it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, Zach Grammary. Something strange was in the air over at the Troop Grammary in those days. The whole screwy mentor controlling disciples scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me, off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifi Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valiant? So Valiant waited until Zack died, legally at least. The time finally comes, and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Grand Marie. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Grand Marie. Lost out his partner at work and in love, too. Love? It's the same old story, really. Two disciples and their mentor's only daughter. One has 3 sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of all of this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zack, after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I'll never forget his wife. Thalassa Grand Marie. Magnifi Grand Marie's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? So, Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently, he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. But she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. Damn. I've known Trucy since she was a little thick, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Yes. This one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance? Yep. They had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Unless I had another child. Do you think I could borrow this photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about biggerer to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think about this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifi, and with his daughter, Thalassa. And it's a strange thing. You think it's some Grand Marie gene? Magnifi told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa. He says that Zack had good eyes. But not good like Grand Marie's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zach ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grand Marie's secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zach's gone. Zach Grand Marie. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in that Grand Marie fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grand Marie's power. A power which passed from Magnifique Grand Marie to Thalassa to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Alright, bitch. Let's fucking do this. I'm gonna fuck you up. The Grand Marie secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine.
And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you.
Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say.
Yet, I myself have no such power.
But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grand Marie?
I will not speak of that.
Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there was another story behind the fame, one that not many people know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal to you and Valiant Grand Marie's bullets.
It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa?
I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's like another murder I might intention. I can't fucking read for shit. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention.
Damn you.
Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifique Grand Marie has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zach? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power.
How would I know?
The chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There's someone else with the power, and I know who. Is it Vera?
Take that!
Oh. Go with Brushel. Huh? I'm confused. Maybe, hold on, maybe I'm a dumb. I'm a double dumb. I'm a triple dumb? Oh, wait. You know what? I didn't think about that. I remember Phoenix was talking about him having a power. That's right, Apollo has that, doesn't he? I'm a fucking clown. Oh, I didn't think about that.
Take that!
Apollo is her son? Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Take that!
This boy, his name is, I forgot, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. Let's not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more like a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link.
Take that!
Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grand Maries as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help but notice that... Oh, those are her bracelets. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I didn't notice that. Huh. That probably should have tipped me off. Or maybe not. I don't know. I couldn't help but notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are a Grand Marie family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture.
What? So, that's why.
Why, what, Zach, Mr. Zach?
I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet.
I bet I know where that other one went.
She gave it to this boy, her son.
Nice to meet you.
This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet, the fact is that it passed down the Grand Marie line. It runs in their veins.
What is it?
I asked her, Thalassa once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others.
Tension?
If she were to face a person, they became tense, even slightly, then she would know. No matter how hard they tried to hide it from her.
So she could see it?
Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension, without the use of a particular object, or, in her case, objects.
Objects? Wait, are they something she wore?
Yes, her bracelets.
I admit, this is the first time I saw one of those. I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could the bracelet have?
I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift.
Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two
are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs.
So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that.
Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding.
That kind of spooked me a little bit.
I would not like to see her live her life without knowing.
What did he say?
I would not see her live her life without knowing.
I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right.
I'm in your debt once again.
No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up.
Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth.
So they're temperature sensitive or something?
Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrists.
And this has something to do with the power?
What have I told you? The Grand Marie power reacts to tension in others. When a Grand Marie senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So, minute, they cannot sense it on their own.
Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for.
With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit.
So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist.
Precisely.
But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading.
I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight.
Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough.
Have you ever heard of kinetic vision?
Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped. If they focus. Took me a while to read that, good lord.
Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies with the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things.
The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. And therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically, what you're saying is the Grand Marie can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing; it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something? Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You're talking about poker, yes? Timing is when the timing of when to focus is so elementary. She probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things of Grand Marie. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing.
Tung 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 sahur. Anomali mengerikan yang hanya keluar pada sahur, konon katanya.
It's kind of, that's actually really funny timing. What if that's what he fucking says to him, and then Phoenix is like, what? What? I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifi Grand Marie, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifi's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifi Grand Marie worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is my thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah! I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Valand his chance. And if I shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valand were to shoot me in the head, then I too, the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending, too, gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valand's. Perhaps. But it was not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valand up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they've put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valand had helped you pull it off. Well, that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Grand Marie was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern, 7 years past, I, Zach Gramarye, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Gramarye. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court, and hereby confess to my crime. Zach Gramarye. Shit. His confession to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valiant Gramarye. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valiant.
7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Stinky bitch. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you.
I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say.
I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I need to hear it from you.
I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years.
Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire?
Do not be deceived. Alan's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who showed me on my way.
Zach Gramarye.
His rather well-performed disappearance act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought.
Zach Gramarye murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you?
I remember it as if 'twere only yesterday. Yet, it was not that way. It was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner, Zach, vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press said.
I had no idea.
Yet, that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover up the greatest magic show in history as if it were a fraught vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player of some fiendish farce?
Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day, which is why I came here to get the answer from you. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later.
The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight.
Sounds like an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago.
Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me.
I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened.
For 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my golden new age. My new golden age. All the miracles of our troupe within my grasp.
Sorry to do this, Fallon, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
Take that!
And what might that be? I see it bears the Grand Marie seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights of Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Grand Marie? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucia Nigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone! Vanished into the void! This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why does fate toy me so? Why must my life be lived enthralled to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi! Yes, it was Zach! It was! And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Grand Marie shot Magnifi? Was that why you testified? Yes! My way out! It should have been my way out! Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is the way to prove your case. Who really shot Magnifi? I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Grand Marie wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession in which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Grand Marie. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Alakazam! You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Grand Marie killed no one. And you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, and the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So we vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Grand Marie in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor, Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed a hold of me. I knew it. So Valent Grand Marie did kill the great Magnifi. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple? Such as, I don't know, knack and talent Grand Marie, maybe? Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zach and Valent received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person who could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Zach or Valent who shot Magnifi. Then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait. You don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifi Grand Marie himself. He shot himself in the forehead? What? So, Magnifi Grand Marie committed suicide? You find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it was a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifi Gramarye? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Gramarye, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valiant Gramarye confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? Getting expelled from Hogwarts. Anyways. You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. That was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands? Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That is when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess. I had intended to shoot Magnifi. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room. Which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then Magnifi called me back. I am sorry, Valiant. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I'd just been told consumed me. That's when I heard the fateful shot. Magnifi Gramarye killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I used the pistol from his hand, wiped the prints. And I used the syringe to add the IV loop fluid I brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died, and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're gonna turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Gramarye was alive. Well, not anymore. And now, it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zach Gremery. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I am glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. I'm assuming by her he means, Thalassa. So wait, he never saw the body? What could that mean? Zach Gremery, Shady Smith. Whatever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here for a moment. My apologies to the guard. There's something I need to see. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is True Mission. I was right! When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Bishop was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. This is the last letter that Drew Mission wrote, and there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes! Let's see if the atroquinine spray finds anything. So, this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was the stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking to the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Drew Misham. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar? In jail? Gavin! I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry, forgot I had it. Many thanks. That's a camera? The little thing on his head is a fucking camera? Holy shit. So that's what all this is. That's crazy. We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter. The final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Oh my gosh, chat. Holy fuck. I'm not gonna lie. This case is actually fucking goated. Okay. And on that note, we're gonna be ending it for tonight. Cause, good lord, this was a long. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. So, anyways, thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Tomorrow we will be finishing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, and then we're gonna be swapping games to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, where everything turns 3D and anime-ish. It'll be a long game. But until then, you guys have a good rest of your night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.